Hello everyone, DANIELYUCK here. Thank you all for tuning in today. I appreciate you. In today's video, we are going to be diving into another follow-along video for this tattoo. This one is going to be an elaborate, detailed, and extensive design. I will leave links for you down below so you can download this design on your end for free, and you can go ahead and print it out, place it down, and get to following along with me every step of the way here throughout this video. Should you have any questions at any point throughout this video, I'm also going to encourage you to drop a comment down below, and I will do my absolute best to assist you in the best possible direction. Don't forget to hit my subscribe button and ring that bell for me, as I'm going to be bringing more videos like this for you all. I also have social medias under the same name as this YouTube channel. I would truly appreciate the support over there as well. Should you find this video helpful and enjoy my content, consider becoming a Patreon or sending over a super thanks, as I would truly appreciate your support. With that being said, let's go ahead and dive straight on into this. For this follow along, I'm going to be tattooing with the Prophet T100 tattoo machine. I'm also going to be using a different assortment of needles, and I'm going to explain those right here. And these needles are from Inkclaw. So allow me to break down the assortment as best as I can. We can kind of continue from there. On your end, you can use whatever size needle configurations that you have closest to the line weights that are present within the design. So just try to match them as best as you can. You don't have to follow along with the exact same line weights that I'm going to be using here in this video. To each their own. We'll still get to where we are going. So for these like inner details right here, for example, these hair details right here, the main parts of the hair, I'm probably going to go with a standard 7-round liner. This one again is from Inkclaw. The line weights right here, these heavier line weights, I'm probably going to either go with, or more than likely, the Inkclaw 45 round shader. Let's say if you don't have something that big, you can use an 18 round shader. We could even get like an 11 round liner and kind of just double up on one side right here and then go to the other side. You kind of get the idea. So there is no wrong approach. I'm just going to go ahead and try to elaborate on as much as I can. I want you to know that it is okay to use different needles from what I am using here. So for these hair areas, it's going to be the 7-round liner. For these larger areas, more than likely it's going to be the 45-round shader. And for all of like these little strands in here, I'm probably going to go with maybe this bug pin 3-round liner. I also have another 06 3-round liner. So both of these are bug pin. This one's 08, this one's 06. It really all just depends on how everything looks when I start laying it down, and I'll kind of naturally know which one I want. Now, kind of like for these areas up here and this area right here, I probably am going to go with the 007-round liner bold, again also by Inkclaw. To each their own. You could probably even use a 9-round liner for this area right here. Maybe if you wanted some variation in line weight, we can use a 9-round liner for this area right here, and then over here we can use an 11-round liner. You kind of get the idea. So there is no right and wrong. I want you to pick the needle line weights on your end that would suit your preferences. Try to use your creative spirit, so to speak. So that would be it for me right there in terms of needles. I'm gonna probably use maybe around 3 to 5 needles for this entire design right here. So there will be about 3 to 5 different line weights throughout this entire tattoo. I'm gonna talk about everything that I do every step of the way, so I'm gonna try and be as elaborate as I possibly can for you all as well. With this tattoo, where I'm going to begin is I'm gonna work my way from this area on up. I don't want to start here. The idea is, if this was a real tattoo and I start putting Vaseline in this area, I don't want to start losing the stencil on the outer side. So I'm gonna start with the area that's closest to me, which is going to be this bottom part, and I'm going to calmly work my way up throughout the tattoo. That's how I'm going to approach it. If it helps, if it's hard for you to match the line weight by just visually looking, you can also open up your needles. We are practicing on fake skin, so I would encourage you to get comfortable with the results. Try to anticipate how big the line weights are going to be, and to do that, you can just take it out and kind of match it here. So you can see right here on these outer lines that the 45 round shader is actually going to complement these lines well. It lines up perfectly, so you can do that. I would recommend to do that, and over time you're going to naturally know what results you can anticipate from the gear that you're using. One thing that I want to say as well is that 45 round shaders is not a common size. However, 14 round shaders are. So you can see, even if I put the 14 round shader needle right here, it does complement the existing lines, and we can definitely get away with lining these with the 14 round shader. Even 18 round shaders are fairly common. So you get the idea. Use what you have on your end. We will get from point A to B successfully, just try to match them up as best as you can is what I would recommend. Me personally, I want to stay away from tattooing on a flat surface. However, if you're going to tattoo on a flat surface, that is perfectly okay. Me personally, I want to challenge myself a little bit, so I'm going to be using this wormhole silicone hand right here, wrapped in saran wrap, and I'm also going to just be placing this Reelskin fake skin over the fake hand, so that way I can tattoo it on a more curvature surface, as you see right here. If you have a flat surface, just to confirm, it's completely okay. I am using Reelskin fake skin for this follow along tattoo. Links will be for you in the description below. So here we go. I'm going to begin with this area right here. I'm going to place a little bit of Vaseline. That may be a little too much. I am going to be running at 7.5 volts. And my needle hang is going to be right around here. Should I need to adjust, I will go ahead and do so. That's what I'm working with right now. So where I'm going to begin is I'm going to start with this line right here. I'm going to come from right here and I'm going to go this way. That's where we're going to start. We're not going for perfection. We're just trying to get from A to B as best as we can, while being the most technically correct we can be. If you need to taper out, by all means, go ahead and do so. If you need to reposition the client, by all means, go ahead and do so. We are using our imagination. So we can see there is a little bit of fluctuation right here, which would probably suggest that I wasn't fully confident and or committed. So I'm going to taper in just lightly, and I'm not really going in too hard here. Taper out right there. And we got a nice line going there. The idea when we're doing elaborate designs is to try to be as comfortable as you can, try to remain calm, and try to get from point A to point B the best possible way that you can get to it. So for me, I'm always paying attention to my comfortability, and I'm going to go from this point to down here, tapering out right here. As best as I possibly can. Don't go for perfection, just try to focus more on the technical side. Try to focus on saturation, pay attention to the needle catching into the skin, pay attention from point A to B, and just follow the stencil as best you can. If we're making some wobbles along the way, don't get focused on that. That's exactly why we practice on fake skin. So I'm going to get a little bit more Vaseline, and I'm going to continue that right here on this side. So I'm going to go from point A to right here, and point B over here as best as I can. The next line that I'm going to do is going to be from right here to right around here, or out here. I'm going to taper at the end and try and get there as best I can. I'm not going to fixate on any imperfections that I may make along the way. I'm going to more so focus on the technical aspect. The next line that I'm going to do is going to be from here to here. However, if I'm pulling this way, I'm going to be going blind. So chances of me coming off course are very, very great. I'm going to position myself, reposition the client, so that way it works in my favor. And then I'm going to go from A to B. So I'm going to find my position that I feel most comfortable in. And I'm going to focus on the technical side of applying a line. If I need to taper out, I will. And then I'm going to do this part to this part right here. Just a simple line from here. To here. You want to watch your starting and end points at all times. Make sure that you're doing it as clean as you can possibly get it. And then from here, since I'm on this side of the tattoo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of begin grabbing this side or doing this side and then bringing it up right here. I want to be super careful with the stencil. So I'm just going to position myself to where I'm comfortable. I'm just going to come a little bit more up right here. Start from over here, taper in so that way I get one clean, consistent, cohesive line. Can also finish this little one right here. Tapering into that line, like so. Next line, I'm going to do the other side right here, this way coming down as best I can. I'm going to start up top. And if you're worried about losing the stencil, you can always place a tattoo wipe wherever you're tattooing so that way you don't lose too much of it. Make sure that my ink flow is adequate, and then I'm going to make sure I'm positioned comfortably as best I can. Take out the line right there, then I'm just going to taper in and continue. Same exact thing. Taper in somewhere around here. Let the needle catch. And pick up where we left off. Nice. And that's how I'm going to go about tattooing that area right there. From here, I'm going to want to do these little lines since I'm already here with this needle configuration here. Taper in from up here. And bring it around. This one I'm going to taper in. Go straight this way. Like so. From here, what I'm going to want to do now is I'm going to start with this inner area right here. And I'm probably going to use the Inkclaw 007 round liner bold for that line. I think a 9 round liner, maybe even a 7 round liner, a standard 7 round liner would do well. Go ahead and use your artistic discretion on your end. So for this one, I'm still going to be running a 7 5.5 volts. I'm actually going to take it down to 7 volts just because it feels a little bit more natural. I'm going to see how that goes, and then if I need to adjust, I will. Start from here to here. I thought that looks. The 7 volts actually didn't feel bad. I kind of just adjusted my hand speed to the voltage and it works out pretty well. Same thing on this side right here. And if you're always worried about losing the stencil, I like to treat this like a real session. So what I tend to do is you can place a wipe over so that way your stencil stays strong throughout the entire design. And you can do that because it is a very elaborate design, to each their own. A to B over here. Very nice. I also apologize for the glitchy videos in the beginning of this video. If there was some glitching going on there, when my camera tends to overheat, it tends to kind of capture the footage in like a time frame type of deal, and for that I apologize. I should be good from here on out. For these inner lines right here, I'm going to use a CNC standard 3-round liner, and then for these finer details, I may either go with one of these bug pin 3-round liners. So that's how I'm going to play that out. When it comes to a smaller needle configuration, I'm going to take this down to about 5.5 volts. Now on your end, if you don't feel comfortable lining with smaller configurations, I fully understand. You can always just do like a little chain of dots here to mark where there's going to be dot work, because there is going to be dot work here within these areas. We can do the lining all in one video. We'll do dot work and shading in another video, so that way they don't go on for like 3 days. So moving front here, I'm going to start with, that's way too much, with here to here. Trying to get organized right here. So from A to B down here, allow me to adjust. So A, and B, as best we can. If there is mistakes within our work, don't get fixated on that. Once we put ourselves into that headspace, every choice we make for the rest of this tattoo is going to be based around that logic. So we don't really want to be there. So take our time. If we make the mistakes, that's why we're practicing on fake skin, so that way we can make the mistakes and not have to feel that way. A to B over here on this end. And I can repeat this with all of these lines right here. So remember, the idea is we're just working up the tattoo. We are using different configurations. That's perfectly fine. We can do a 7-round liner right here, should we choose to do so. I think we should, just to have some variation, a little bit more interest. And then here I'm going to adjust, and then I'm going to go from A to B with this configuration that I'm currently on. I wanted to do that one in one go because I don't like to personally taper in and out with smaller needle configurations. I wanted to see if I can get that all in one go as best I can. I don't recommend doing that if you're not comfortable with pulling longer lines. That's not something that I would encourage. So try to do the things that are within your capabilities. We're going to repeat the same thing with this side over here, and I'm just going to adjust this as needed. I'm not going for practicality necessarily. I know that it'd be different moving clients around. However, what I am trying to do is stay on frame as best I can and get through the follow along for you all. So from here it's going to be A to B. I'm actually going to repeat that one more time on this inner area right here, as I do feel that that would be good. I'm going to repeat the same thing. I'm going to adjust a little bit so that way I'm a bit more comfortable. And then A to B, like so. Here is where I'm going to experiment a little bit more. I am going to use a 3-round liner, however, I'm going to change the diameter from the 00 on down to a bug pin, and I'm going to try this area with a bug pin 3-round liner right here. I'm going to be running this one at 5 volts even, hanging out around that much. And for this, I'm going to reposition to a position that's more comfortable for me. I'm actually going to embrace differently. I'm just going to do as best I can. I'm not going to focus on any imperfections that I should make along the way. I'm going to go from here to here. I'm just trying to follow the stencil as best I can. Make sure you have your reference set up so that way if your stencil didn't come out in certain areas, you can make out the details and still follow through. And the same thing, A to B, right here on the outer edge. Then A to B. A to B. Then I'm going to continue that until I completed this little area right here. A to B. A to B right here as well. I'm trying to stay true to the stencil's integrity so that way I don't get a wonky feel to all of these smaller details. I want to get a precise feel and a precise read on the smaller details. I want them to be as clean as they can be. That's looking good. I'm going to continue to this little area right here in the middle. And then from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this little locket, or this little area right here. like so. Dab away. And then I'm going to start filling in this little medallion area. I'm going to go from here all the way around over here. Then I'll do the circles, or you can start with the circles. Whatever feels more comfortable to you, you will get to where you're going from A to B. So I'm going to begin with this little outside area. Bring it around like so, as best I can. Same thing with over here. Do this inner line right here. A to B as best I can. Please keep in mind that the smaller the needle configuration, the more our mistakes are going to show up. So if you are using smaller configurations, try not to judge yourself too harshly through your learning process. More so, try to study what you're doing incorrectly and how you can better it. So I'm going to leave that like that. I feel that we're at a very good learning point right now. Allow me to explain. So right here in this area where I just wiped the Vaseline on, we are experiencing a little bit of, I guess, distortion, so to speak. Nothing is really clear right here, and allow me to zoom in so that you can really see what I'm talking about. This stencil right here is not readable fully in this area. So what we're going to want to do when areas like this in our tattoos pop up along the application process is we're going to want to reference our design. On the reference design, you're going to see that right here in this area, there is sort of like a band around this necklace, and that is going to actually be going into this leaf right here. So the band, if I'm reading the stencil correctly from the reference, it's going to come right here from A. It's going to come around over here, B, and then right here. And the whole band continues and connects to itself like so. And then from here, there are circular earrings that come out of it. So we're going to come right here. And we have one like so. And then you would kind of continue that coming over here. And then the second one, A to B. And the third band right here from this earring, or from this chest piece rather, forgive me, right here. So that is how the design on over here is reading. And then once we start adding these leaves into there, I can actually fill these in right here. Since I have a smaller configuration, I can be more tighter. This area will make more sense. So from here, I'm going to align all of this with the leaves configuration. But again, since I'm here, I can fill that in. And this is all part of the leaf right here. Leaf, leaf. And if you lost a stencil in this area, don't get discouraged. That's perfectly fine. That's why we are practicing on fake skin. That's why we're walking through this. The idea is not to get fixated and discouraged on the mistakes that we're making. The idea is to make the mistakes, embrace them, and move on. So right here, we're still on this leaf. Up here as well. And then the leaf will come down here from A to B. We'll get to that leaf here in a bit. For now, I'm going to continue. I'm going to bring this band over here. And up here. And the same thing with this one. Bend this way. And this way. This band right here also has a little detailed line right here, so I'm just going to add a line right there on that band like so. and then continue. Same thing for this side over here. If you look at the reference, it has a band. We can apply this right here. The bottom part. Band right there. We have a little line again in the middle, and the same thing with this area right here. Bring it out, connect it to its leaf, and then repeat that again for the middle line, and then once more for the outer line. Like so. So when possible, I encourage you to always use your references, so that way you can stay on track and on point as best as you can. I'm going to continue here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a circle right there in the middle, and then I'm going to continue doing this area right here. So that's definitely not perfect, but it's okay. I'm going to keep it going. That one did come out a little bit wonky. However, again, practicing, not getting discouraged. Come over here and just continue. If you've experienced this like wonkiness this far, don't again fixate on it. It's perfectly fine. Me personally, it did bum me out a little bit, but I don't want to keep that headspace for too long. Now I can always get a 7-round liner and go back over this and have a different line weight right there, and I think that that may be a plausible resolution should we want to fix this, or we could just continue going about it as it is small. We could probably correct it later on with some dot work. You can see the idea that there's many ways to go about correcting these sort of mistakes. Perfectly fine. We'll get there when we get there here shortly. We also have to keep in mind that sometimes less is more, meaning if the mistake is there, sometimes it's better to leave it than to try to fix it. But for this, I'm gonna reposition and I'm gonna try to just make this outer area a little bit more thicker in efforts to shape it up just a little bit better. I'm using the CNC standard 3-round liner to go over the existing lines here. So that does read a bit better in my eyes. So that's one of the many ways that we can go about correcting any issues that we should make along the way. So it's better to practice that sort of train of thought as opposed to the train of thought where we're discouraged. Rather, I guess going into a discouraged state of mind is very discouraging, and I don't see anything good coming from that, basically, long story short. So the next area that I'm going to do is I'm going to move on up to this necklace area right here, and then after that we're going to continue with these leaves and these areas over here. So I'm going to use a 3-round liner from CNC for this area right here. Make sure that I'm comfortable. Using these smaller configurations really pushes me to the limit and really tests my abilities. So if you are using smaller configurations, it can be discouraging especially if we're making a lot of wobbles along the way. So right now I want to make sure that I'm going to reference this area right here correctly, so there is no outer lying area. I'm going to continue from here to here, A to B. Like so. And I'm going to continue with that on the other side. Make sure that I position myself where I'm comfortable, and then A to B. A to B on this one as well. And then we're just going to continue. Next, we're going to start working on these leaves, and for the leaves I'm going to use a 7-round liner. I do feel like having a bit of a bolder line weight or thicker line weight compared to this right here would be better. So the line weight is going to sit somewhere in between this line weight and those, and this is going to be the Inkclaw 7-round liner. This is a standard 7-round liner. As you can see, I feel like it's crucial that we do follow the stencil as best as we can. I'm gonna take this standard 7-round liner up to 6 volts, 6.5, and I'm gonna go from there. So 6.5 volts is what I'm running right now. Following the stencil and using that reference is important, because if we are, we're gonna see that right here are actually 2 different leaves. So to my understanding, this right here is one, and then this is another part of a leaf, and going to the reference would tell us that. So if we kind of just winged it, then it would be incorrect in correspondence to what's actually happening. So right here is where the first leaf is. I'm going to go ahead and kind of tattoo it out here. A to B right here. And this top leaf is a smaller leaf, and then I'm going to get this other part of the leaf that's right here, and this is all just for this one top leaf right here. Attention to detail is very, very important, because if we're not paying attention to these little details on the final read, it's going to look choppy, distorted. We need to make sure we know what's happening here, and referencing the reference is a perfect way to do that. And then down here is the second part of the leaf, which goes like this. Comes out right here. Then we bring it in. I'm going to taper it in this way. And then the same thing over here. And taper it in this way, like so. And then it comes around this way, as you see right here. Come around this way, A to B. And that's that leaf right there. And then we're going to continue reading this all the way through. So according to the reference, this one's also a leaf. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what is also obviously apparent. Start locking that in. We're still working from the bottom up. So, and then here's the other side of that leaf right here, and the same thing with this one right here. Down, A to B. Now I understand that this part's actually very, very busy, so if you have a different interpretation or if you change these details, that's perfectly fine. I completely understand. This right here is very, very busy and making it that much more challenging. And then right here, according to the stencil, this has like some sort of like elongated or off looking leaf right here that I did in there, like so. So that's where we're at right now. Next to this, there's another leaf right here. If you read the stencil, it's going to show as right here. So right here, and then it comes around, comes over here, like so. And here's the leaf point, and here's the other side of it, like so. This area right here is also the top part of the leaf, so we can lock that in from this way right here, like so. It's a small little line right there. The one next to it, also a little flower, and this one, or a little leaf right here, and this one got really distorted throughout the stencil placement, but this is basically the top part of the leaf. The side here is the middle, and then here is another ridge for the leaf here, and then over here again on this side. Let me actually go back for ink. Taper out. And there's another one. There's like another little hanging leaf right here. This way. Comes around this way. Like so. And then this one also has a little divider in the middle. So you can see it is very busy, so what I'm trying to do is build what's most apparent to me. Now granted, if this was a design on human skin, we would want to rethink maybe some of these or blow it up more so that way all of these details are transferred over correctly. So that would be a good approach. And then over here, there is another little leaf right here in this area. I'm actually going to readjust to a better position here. And there's this leaf right here that we're going to do next. And that's going to go like this. So we have a little loop right here. Bring it around all the way over here. Right there. And then from here, we're going to loop back this way. Come out this way. And bring it around over here. Like so. And then from here it's kind of getting a little bit easier as we're going out. Here we're just going to remain, or keep building rather, on all of what's already here. So that's one. And then you do another one right here. Like so. You get the idea, and there's a leaf right here. I encourage you to do what is obvious, do what you know is there. Try to make up no amount of stencil. Just try to be as true to the stencil as you can. And again, that's what going back to that reference is for. Same thing with this one right here. So this one has the middle coming this way, out right here, right there. There's another one right here. So we're not gonna intersect them. Come around right here, taper that way, and then repeat that. Like so. As you can see, I'm just doing little by little by little, and kind of slow and steady is what's going to win this race. I know that sounds silly, but that's what I'm doing. I'm just looking at the stencil, and I'm looking at the design, looking at the reference, and that actually helps me through the entire way. So I'm kind of like pre-planning before applying this much detail. And then right here, it looks as though, start off this way, come around. Like so. Really using that reference makes it a ton easier. It makes it easier to distinguish what detail is what. And then therefore planning out how we're going to apply the tattoo becomes a breeze. And then right here, there's just like a little kind of blank like leaf, but I still want to put that in there because it is a part of the design. Just like that. Let's move on to this area right here. So I do see an obvious part right here that I'm going to tattoo in. Taper out. Same thing right here. Little piece here, taper out. And then this one right here, I'm going to taper in, starting from right here. And taper out right here. I'm going to blend it into this bigger line right here. And same thing right here. So that way this area becomes one with the design, as you can see right there, so to speak. And then I'm going to continue to taper out over here, kind of locking all of this into place. Same thing right here. This leaf is a little bit different. I'm going to bring it around this way. Taper out. Same thing over here. Taper in right there, taper it out. You get the idea there. And the same thing on this side over here. Little tapers to create that little leaf texture. And this leaf has a little bit of 3D feel to it, so we're going to add another line there. I'm doubling that one up. And then under that, according to the stencil, this one's going to go like this, taper in, and then bring it around this way like so. The same thing with this side right here. Actually, we're going to start from right here, taper in, like so. For me personally, these little details, these little like leaf details right here are really important. So you're going to want to try to capture those as best as you can. If you're going to want to go in there and use a smaller configuration later on, by all means, that's awesome. You can do so. And then right here is actually just a very simple leaf right here, kind of just hidden. So that's looking great. I'm going to go on to this section over here. Now, I do understand that this looks very busy. Some may like it, some may not. To each their own. The idea of this follow along is to get through this design as best as we can while trying to be the most technically correct that we can be along the way. So the idea is to really push ourselves and get comfortable with things that we may not be comfortable with. Right here, I'm going to proceed accordingly. I'm going to bring this up over here. Do a little fade out right here, and I'm going to bring this back down this way and taper in, creating little textures right here as well. And then from here, it's almost the same thing. This is actually another leaf right here, so it starts right here, comes this way, and what this is doing is I'm really pushing myself to read the reference of this stencil, so that way I can rely and be as accurate to the design as I can be. So this is actually a really cool exercise in its own to practice these busy areas. So these busy areas do serve a great purpose, especially if you're looking to further your tattooing abilities. And this one right here can go this way, right here. This next part right here, I'm going to do that. Look, it's a leaf from, according to the reference, from here to here, and the same thing up here. I'm going to start from here, taper in so we get that leaf point, taper right there, and then you're going to continue over here, like so. There's also a line that's dividing this leaf. You can add that should you choose to do so, which goes like this, comes around here. These right here are a lot more obvious and apparent, so I'm going to add those. This one's actually a very simple one that comes from right here out this way, like so. Same thing with this side right here. No inner details, so I'll add that one in. And then there's another one up here, as you see, another little feather. I'm not sure if you saw that there because the stencil's kind of distorted. I'm going to start from here. Taper in there. And repeat this until I've completed this little leaf or feather or whatever detail we want to call this. Forgive me for my terminology. I'm more focused on trying to accomplish a tattoo and talk to you all at the same time. So some of the things that I'm labeling may be a bit incorrect, and for that I apologize. Come over here, taper out like so. Then repeat that on this side over here. So, and that's that top feather up there, and then right here we have a little component that we want to add as well. I'm going to continue using the reference so that way I get accurate lines here. Is this little area right here, come around here, over to here. And for this really busy area, I know that I'm not saying A to B every step of the way. However, feel free to rewind and look at the areas that I'm doing and follow along as best you can, so that way you can kind of make it through. And again, I do understand that this is super busy and probably impractical at this size on human skin. However, this is still definitely a good lesson to be learned. We're learning how to read a reference. We're learning how to stay true to the stencil. So there is some very good valuable lessons that still can be learned. For this area, I'm going to come this way, like so. Just like that. The next one that I see in the reference is going to be this leaf right here, which is going to, or this feather, forgive me, which is going to come right here, around and tapering in right here. Then we're going to repeat that down right here. From here, I see this, so I'm going to go from here to here. Same thing with this area right here. And around over here. There's another little simple feather right here. Doesn't require any detail or anything like that. Just like that. And this is, if I'm looking at it correctly, the last piece of this little feather band. And this is going to be the middle area right here, like so. And over here we're going to want to do some tapering in and out. And over here I'm going to do this side and connect it over here, like so. Now this side does have a double leaf, so, or double ridge right here, so I'm just going to bring another line this way. A little bit different from the original design, however I like this one a little bit better, so you can add your own artistic insight should you choose to do so along the way. Then we're going to want to repeat that over here on this side now. Now that we've done this side, it should be a little bit easier on this side. There's a bit more of a plan in play on this side. Just try to stick to everything as best as you can. Try to read everything as best as you can. We're not going for perfection. What we're going for is applying a good tattoo to the best of our abilities. And from here, I'm going to repeat these processes that I did as best I can while following almost the same exact thing that I did on the other side. If there is a variations or if there is minor differences, that's perfectly fine. Just try to go for the best that you can there, and that's exactly what I'm going to do as well. The last thing that I'm focused on is perfection. I don't want to focus on perfection because I feel like I'd be setting myself up for failure at that point. And then here's another line, and as you can see over here in this part, it looks as though we did forget a little line right here. So we'll go ahead and correct that and repeat that on the other side. So it looks as though there's a little line right here. Coming out, this is the one that we forgot on the other side. And we're going to taper these in here. Just going to try my absolute best right here. So if I'm reading this correctly, we're going to come around right here, over here, taper in right here, bring it around this way like so, and then right here is going to be this feather right here. Here we're going to have this part this way. So the next part is going to be this leaf right here, or this feather, whatever we want to call this. You get the idea. I'm just going to keep calling on whatever comes to mind, but you know what I'm saying as I am on it. And then over here as well, same. So for those who are curious, my logic and what I'm doing is I'm taking a look at the reference and I'm looking at the details right here and I'm making sense of them, and then I'm just simply applying them. This one's pretty straightforward. So is this one right here. This next one right here is going to be right here, going this way, tapering out at the end to give it that point. Same thing with right here. I'm going to taper this way so I can get the tapers on this side. And repeat that right there. And then there's just a little basic type of feather right here, like so. And then we're going to move it along over here. Taper out, taper in this way so I can get the tapers on this side over here. And same thing right here, bring it around this way. Start on this other leaf right here. I'm going to taper into this thicker line that we already did. And as you see, taper back out that way. Bring this line this way. And then taper like so. And then I'm going to taper back up this way, making this all nice and cohesive, making it look like more cohesive, so to speak. And then right here, these are pretty straightforward as well. There's not many details involved with these right here. this area right here. The next one I'm going to do is right here. It's going to be this leaf or this feather right here. Comes around this way, like so. This one's going to come around here, like so. One thing that you want to make sure is that all of your lines are connecting. Make sure that everything is touching. There shouldn't be any lines that aren't connecting together. So I know close up it kind of looks really busy and some may not even like it. However, at a distance when we're reading it, it actually reads really well. I feel that if we do place some highlights and some shadings, dot work, whatever we choose to do in the right spots, it'll definitely look great. So I'm just going to continue doing what I see over here. So, just do the absolute best that you can do to read the stencil. Even if you have to put the reference and the actual stencil side by side, go ahead and do so. So right here, there's that loop around that we did on the other side. So it's going to come around this way. It's going to loop back over here to this spot. And then the same thing from here. We're going to loop back in around here this way, like so. The next one that I'm looking at is going to be right here. We're gonna go like so. And the same thing. Bring it back this way. Little taper here. Bring it this way, and then this is the middle. Got that one going. This one's gonna go right here to right here, and this is gonna come around this way. Taper right here, taper right here. Here's another little piece right here. So I'm going to come right here, come around this way, like so. This is a little taper out, taper in, taper out right here, then bring it back this way, like so. Step by step. Then over here, you're going to want to connect it over here, like so. And we're just going to keep building from there. And then right here, come this way, taper it out right there. And then come back down. One taper, two, and then connect. Like so. And you can repeat that on the other side. Bring it down. One taper, two taper, and then connect. I'm going to finish out this over here. Now, at this size right here, this could be a definite design flaw, but that goes back to us not focusing and fixating on all the imperfections, but more so trying to get through this tattoo and accomplish it with good results. We are practicing on fake skin, so we don't have to worry about ruining someone's skin. Have that there like so. And this one right here is going to be very simple. One taper out, and another. I'm just working and building as best I can from here. So right here, according to this reference, we have one right here. Taper out, taper in, and then connect. And then up here, over here, taper out, and repeat that process. The next one I'm going to do is going to be right here. So come this way and around, like so. And then I'm going to bring it around over here for the tapers. And the same thing with over here. We only have a few more lines right here, and then those are going to be these. So for these, I see them like this, according to the reference here. Even though we may not be exact, the idea is to try our best to be as exact as we can possibly be for the specific design that we're doing. So we're not going for perfection, we're just trying to get out the details. We're trying to read the stencil as best as we can. Next, before we continue on to more details, I want to get the neck right here and the outline of this chin going, and I'm going to stick with the same line weight that I already have been using. I'm going to place this down right here, and I'm going to start with this side of the neck right here. We're going to repeat that for the other side. Make sure that you're positioning yourself and being comfortable. And over here, we did forget this little feather this little feather up here that we're going to get to right now shortly. It is the same needle size, so it's perfectly fine. Just as long as we don't forget to put that in there. It's going to be the same thing with the chin area. Go. Try this one more time on this side over here. There we go. Now we're really making that progress. Before we continue, I'm going to move on to this area right here, so that way we can kind of stay uniform and cohesive throughout the entire tattoo here. Bear with me. And there is a little bit more details over here. Same thing with that side. We'll get to those here shortly. Let's go ahead and do from here. We're going to bring it around. Start with the middle one. Start with the middle line on this side over here. Follow it through like so. And then repeat that process. We have to really trust the process. We have to trust our abilities, so that way along the way we know every step of the way that it is going to be a good tattoo. It's important to invest time and effort into fake skin, so that way we do get familiar with things. And that's that side right there. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit now, and I'm gonna head back over here to these lines, and I'm gonna fill all of these little detailed lines in with the CNC 3-round liner. Now, if you look at all the lines, or for example, these lines right here with these smaller configurations, you're gonna notice that absolutely nothing is perfect. So the idea is not to go for perfection. The idea is to lay down the best possible lines while achieving the best possible results. So I'm going to stick with a 3-round liner for these details. I'm just going to apply them as best I can and taper in from the already existing lines. And I am running at 5 volts even for these details right here. 5.5, forgive me. I'm going to reposition so that way I can get comfortable, and then I'm going to input this line right here. Tapering up there, like so. As best I can. Dot work is going to go in there, so don't fixate on any mistakes here. And I'm going to say that throughout this entire video. From here, I'm going to go ahead and tattoo to here. Running the CNC Police 3-round liner, running that at 5.5 volts. Anytime you're unsure about what lines are doing, make sure that you reference your stencil. Your design, use your reference. And this one's gonna taper in from, it's gonna come from here, taper it into right here. This could be the same thing with the other side. And from that way, this way. Like so. I'm switching back to the standard 7-round liner, and I'm going to add these little decorative things right here, and I'm going to be running at about 6.5 volts for this one. Come from here. Bringing them around over here. Same thing over here. Like so. Then you're going to want to repeat that on the other side. Right here as well. Like so. We're also going to want to add this little line right there. Now I'm going to be using the Inkclaw 7-round liner bold, and I'm going to be starting with the area around the face and working my way to the hair and everything. So I'm just going to start from here and kind of just work as best I can. For this needle, I am running at 6.5 volts. And then right here on this side, according to the design. The reference says we go this way, like so. Same thing over here. And then this one comes down. Like so. I'm going to continue and build the rest of this out here. If I need to reposition, I'm going to do so. I'm going to come over here around this side again. Bring this point out, and then repeat that with this side right here. And bring this down over here. And then I'm going to repeat that one last line. Right here to right here. So if you want, go ahead and pause the video for right now, take a break, regroup, get some water, get a snack, do whatever it is that you have to do on your end, take a breather, and then come back. So during the first half, this is where we are at. This is a top view. Me personally, I love how busy that little feather area looks. It looks fantastic. I think when the rest of the design is done, it's all gonna work in unison with each other. So this is where we are at right now for the first half. I'll go ahead and continue here shortly after break. So let's go ahead and continue on, moving on from the first break here. I want to start on the hair right here because I want to try to remain as consistent as I can all the way up. So I want these thicker strands right here to be done with the standard CNC Police 11 round liner. And then for these inner strands, I'm going to use the same CNC Police standard 3 round liner that I have been using. So that's how I'm going to go about tattooing the hair area. For me personally, when it comes to the hair, I'm going to begin with tattooing the areas that I know are apparent. So I'm going to go for the most apparent lines with that 11 round liner. And then from there, the neighboring lines are going to be a lot more easier to apply. One thing that I don't want to do is just go in there and start making things up for the sake of time. I want to stay true to the stencil because we still want that final read when we wipe the tattoo for the final time. So I have the 11 round liner and I'm running that at 7 bolts even. And then from here, I'm going to begin by getting comfortable and pinpointing the line that I want to tattoo first. So I think for line weight's sake, we should try this one right here. Let's spread it quite a bit. So the line's gonna start from right around here, actually, because this is the circle. Just identifying the line. Now I tapered it out a little bit because I wasn't going to be able to make this all the way through in one pull. I'm going to get a little bit comfortable as that part of the fake skin was completely off the hand there. I'm just going to continue. When I press up against the CNC, that's when it tends to spurt because I'm kind of applying pressure on the needle this way. Then I'm going to repeat that with this area over here. And it is going to be the same thing on this side right here. I'm going to start right here. and I'm going to taper out like so. I'm going to repeat that process for all the lines that are right here. Just want to find my comfortability, make sure that I'm comfortable. Same thing on this side over here. Forgive me for hitting the camera there. So as you can see, that 11 round liner is a heavier line weight. So maybe even on these inner areas, I may go with the 7 round liner again. That probably may be more plausible, as well as add more interest to the design. However, these, I want them to stay that bold. The next one is going to be from here over here. Start right here in this one. If you have to break these lines down into multiple passes, by all means, I highly encourage you to do so. If you can't pull them all in one line, don't do that. If you know that there's going to be some wobble or distortion along the way, go for it. Break the line down, taper in and out, do your thing, pause the video, fast forward, rewind, do as you need to fit your flow on your end. I always tend to overfill my carts as well when it comes to longer lines, because I always over anticipate the length there. I feel like I never am gonna have enough ink to make it across, so I always overfill a little bit there. I'm actually gonna repeat the same thing with this one. The next line that I'm going to do is going to be this one right here, because this one's apparent to me. It's going to be right here. Couldn't make it all the way on that one. Started feeling very uncomfortable, so I'm not going to force it. I'm going to do the same thing with this side right here while I'm here. I'm going to reposition. And continue the line like so. My apologies for the loud fan in the background. I'm trying to keep my camera cool so that way I can shoot this video here. It is a long one, so therefore my camera keeps overheating on me. But right here, I'm going to continue by running this line this way. I'm going to start a little bit above, making sure that I find my center for the line before I commit and catch the line, so that I can complete the line right here. as best as I possibly can. The next one I want to do is this one right here. Some more lines that I want to do with the 11 round liner are going to be right here. So according to my reference, this is going to go under the 11 round liner, like so. And then that is going to come down here. And then back this way. So that all is its own little section there. One thing that I want to point out is that this line right here should technically be done with the 45 round shader. However, if you don't have 45 round shaders, as they're not very common, you can use an 11 round liner. So this right here is just a standard 11 round liner, which are very common. And I'm going to complete this line right here, and I'm going to do it in different sections. I'm going to start right here. I'm going to apply this like so, and I'm going to repeat that on this side right here. Just like that. And you can sculpt it as you wish to your liking on your end, but we can do that as well for those who are curious on how they could achieve these big lines in a timely manner. As you can see, it looks nice and it looks cohesive with the neighboring thicker lines next to it. From here, I'm going to move on over to the right side, and I'm going to repeat that process over here as well. So I'm going to go with the most apparent lines and then just build from there. I'm going to start right here, A to B all the way around. Just like that. And then I'm going to want to repeat that with every single neighboring line next to it. And I'm positioning this so that way I can get every single line that I pull on camera for you all. This one's going to go from here over here. And the same thing over here. Like so. Drop in the comment section down below how many times I said like so by now. But you're probably going to hear me say that throughout this entire video. We'll see how that goes. And then for this next one, I'm going to repeat that right here. There we go. And then I'm going to do that with the one next to it. I forgot to say like so on that one, but like so. I'm going to move on to this line right here. from here to here. Then I'm going to do the neighboring line next to it. Certain areas I want to rush it, but I have to remember to keep that consistent flow throughout the entire tattoo, regardless of my anticipation and or how I feel during the pull of the line. Same thing is going to be done with the line next to it. And there we go for that one, like so. Another area is right here. I'll bring this down, put the gap right here. And then we're gonna follow this down like the other side this way, right here. Allow me to realign this up because that part was hanging off. Make sure I'm still on camera here. Like so. You do the same thing for this one right here, should you choose to want to do so. Where we use the 11 round liner to get that 45 round shader boldness. And do one more. Just like that. So right here, I'm going to repeat that process with the 11 round liner, so that way we get that bold look here. So I can choose to repeat this process throughout here, or I can go ahead and run it true to the 45 round shader. That's going to be fully subjective. I think at the end of the day, we're still going to get to where we're going. For me personally, I think that it's a bit wiser to run these little inner areas right here. The sticker lines where it's next to all of the details with the 11 round liner. And then as the design builds on the outer edge, I run those with the 45 round shader. Here's the thing with the 11 round liner. Doing it this way, it's real easy to start resizing the lines themselves, changing the initial integrity of the design. So the idea when I apply a tattoo is never to change the design, because that is essentially what the client would have agreed to. So to change things at moment's notice, we wouldn't even give the client time to decide if that's what they wanted. So you get the idea. We don't want to deviate from the agreed upon design. So therefore, we have to be careful when we apply these lines with the 11 round liner, as we can start changing the original size of them, and we don't want that. I switched back to the 45 round shader, and I'm gonna finish these lines out on the outer edge with the 45 round shader. And I'm gonna work up until this area right here, and then I'm gonna go back in and finish the hair details. So that's my plan of approach. Keep in mind, if you want to use your imagination and kind of keep this like a realistic approach, you can always place a wipe over the areas that you're not going to be tattooing to preserve that stencil. I do that on real stencils, especially if it's an elaborate detailed design and I'm going to be working in an area, placing my hand over other areas of the stencil. This is a good way to go about preventing removal of your stencil before you wanted it to come off. I'm going to go from here to here. With the 45 round shader as best as I possibly can, staying true to the stencil that's there. And that's what I came up with there. I'm very happy with those results. I love these Inkclaw round shaders, they're awesome. So basically I'm going to readjust my positioning so that way I can get it on frame, as well as a comfortable positioning to execute the line as best I can. And I'm gonna have this same approach when I'm tattooing on human skin. I'm always gonna prioritize my positioning to make sure that I can get from A to B as cleanly as possible. So on this line right here, it's gonna be from A to B over here. Feeling a tad bit uncomfortable there, so I'm just going to taper out and continue. I'm also going to dip back for a little bit more ink just to ensure that I have enough to make it through. When I start up here, I'm at the very top layer, and then you can hear me start catching into the skin a little bit more after I start. And my hand down here isn't fully comfortable, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reposition. Now, unfortunately, this part right here was a little bit, as you can see, not where I should have put it. So I'm just going to kind of go back up there. And just correct that real quick, like so. And then just keep it going. The next line is going to be this one right here from A to B. Making sure that my area that I'm about to tattoo has moisturizer there. Or I'm sorry, Vaseline. For fake skin, I use Vaseline. For human skin, I'll use Ink Ease. I'm gonna find a comfortable positioning, and I'm gonna do as best I can to get from point A to point B. Then go back and dip for a little bit more ink. And then I'm going to continue. Like so. The next line that I'm going to do is going to be this one right here. So we're going to go from A to B right here. Like so. The next line that I'm going to do is going to be from here on over here, and I'm going to do that as best as I can. Every line I'm going to just give it my best shot there. I'm not going for perfection. I've said this many times in this video. What I am focused on is the technical application. I'm going to pick up where I left off there and dip back for a little bit more ink and continue, as I couldn't pull that last little bit all in one go. I didn't want to sacrifice the quality or integrity of the line. Like so. The next line that I'm going to do is going to be this one on over here. Felt comfortable enough to make that one all the way through, so I went for it there. My next line is going to be from here on down to here. Did as best I could right there. Experienced a little bit of wobble right here, but just gonna keep it moving as that's still a solid, nice, clean line. And then over here, the same thing. I don't see it worth it to go back and try to fix a line and then change line weights in certain areas, as opposed to just kind of leave it alone. I think it's better just to leave it alone. And that line's done right there. So that'll be it for all of the boulder lines. Next, I want to get into this hair right here. So I'm gonna reference the design and then I'm going to apply the hair as best I can. I am going to go back to the Inkclaw standard 7-round liner right here for this. And this first line appears to be right here. Very apparent. I can see it. I know it's there. That's why I'm going for this one first. This next line over here is going to be a bit on over to the side right here. Like so. And then one of the next obvious lines is going to be right here to right here. So according to the design, so we can bring this one down, and feel free to experiment with line weights on your end. If you felt like this area should be done with a 9-round liner, by all means, I encourage you to apply your artistic insight. The very idea of these exercises is to expand in different aspects. So feel free, I encourage you, add your artistic insight. The next line that I'm going to do with the 7-round liner is going to be from A right here in this area all the way over here. I am running at 7 volts even, just to confirm. And then I'm going to repeat this until I have some main foundation for the hair right here. And then up here as well, we could implement these main strands right here. And then that's going to be an area circle. We can do that with the 7 round liner as well. I don't really feel like there is a right or a wrong. Since we are here though, we can do this circle right here with the Inkclaw 7 round liner. I'm going to start on this side and I'm going to bring it around this way. There you go. Like so. And then over here in this hair area, there is some more lines that I can put as 7 round liners in here. So for example, and I'm trying to stay as true to the design as I can without deviating too much here from what's placed down. So I do see this apparent line right here, like so. And then there is another one right here, still with the 7 round liner. And then I can go ahead and add the details in there, or these smaller strands there with the smaller round liners that I have. And over here as well, I'm gonna add the 7 round liner right here. I feel like that's a good. And then what I want to do is I want to repeat this on the other side. You can see that there's some out here as well. I think that these would also be good with the 7, but I'm just going to do this one outer line right here. And everything that I did on this side, I want to do the same thing on the other side. So the same thing, I'm going to start with what's really apparent here. It's going to be right here. And then one more on the other side. Like so. And then right here we can follow as close to the other side that we did as we possibly can. I know sometimes getting it identical may be impossible for us, and that's okay. Just try to do our best to get it as close as we possibly can. Like so. I lifted a little too much here, so I want to go back and make sure that I connect there. So we have that one over here, same thing like on that side. Kind of just browsing around, looking at everything. And then right here, same thing like the other side. And there is a couple of more here. So right here we can take 7 round liner and make it thicker there as well. And I'm just trying to keep it as cohesive as I possibly can. If it's not identical, that's perfectly fine. I think that that's perfectly okay. It's definitely not a make or break. And then right here, I do feel like there is some going from right here to right here. So for this line, I'm going to try and line it up as best I can to that side. And start right here. Like so. And then from here, there is one more that I would like to put in to match the other side. Now I can go back and make some changes a little bit that I like. I can add my artistic insight. I personally think that if I add another 7 round liner right here, And then around it, I'll add the smaller needle configurations. I think that would be cool as well. I'm gonna add that to this side over here. So you can see, just trying to stay as true as I can to both sides, so that way it doesn't really fluctuate too much. Like so. As you can see that there is minor fluctuations here. However, I can't really fixate on them. I could attempt to go back and make this right here. However, this is gonna be more darker than this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave that there, and when I add these smaller lines, everything will still lock and tie in. I think that that is a far better approach. I'm also gonna add this circle over here as well. Like so. I want to add one more 11 round liner line right here to match that side. So I'm going to start from right here to right there. Like so. So next I'm gonna start with these strands on this side right here. I'm just gonna try to stay as true to the design here as I possibly can. And this is the standard 7 round liner. Forgive me for not saying that. From here to here. Then I'm going to continue that over here on this side. Right here. A, and then B all the way down. And the next ones are going to be over here on this side. And then the next one's going to be over here. So that's A to B right there. Very nice. I'm going to repeat the same thing for this side over here. And then A to B down here. Another A to B right there, and then the next one's going to be this one to this one. I just want to make sure I have enough ink. And then it's also going to be these up here as well. So I'm trying my best to pay as close attention as I can to all of the details, so that way I don't miss any lines. I want the design to be as consistent as I can possibly get it on both ends. It is not uncommon for tattoo artists to leave out certain aspects of the design just simply because they forget. So me, I'm just gonna stick to this as best I can and just kind of complete everything to the best of my ability. And all I can recommend is that you do the same on yours. I think that this strand right here for this one should also go with the 7-round liner line weight. So that's what we're gonna do here from A to B. This outer line right here, I wanted to go with the 7-round liner line weight. If I'm correct, I did do that as well on the other side with the same line weight, like so. I also think that it'd be cool to get this line right here with the 7-round liner line weight. Make sure that the ends are going into one another. We don't want any unconnected or incomplete touching there. And then I'm going to switch on over to this side, reposition, so that way I can implement that line over here as well. Like so. And that inner one we can do with the standard 3-round liner. Switch on over to the other side, and I'm going to add the same lines into both of these right here. And again, I'm using the 7-round liner from Inkclaw. And the one right above it, we're going to do that exact same thing right here in this line. Make sure that I'm comfortable. Acknowledge my A to B. Now I'm switching over to the CNC standard 3-round liner for all of these strands. I was running the 7-round liner, I believe at 7.5, and right now I'm running this 3-round liner at 5 volts even for the strand areas. Same thing right here. I'm gonna get this line and I'm gonna bring it this way, like so. And then I'm gonna do this line right here. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm starting to fill in the strands right here with this 3-round liner to start filling in this space right here. And then I'm going to proceed with this one right here, A to B. And then there's going to be another line, A to B. And here. like so. And then all of these that I'm doing here, I'm going to want to repeat those on the other side as well. But I'm going to stick to one side at first, and then we're going to work our way. And then there is a longer one right here. So I want to position myself to a more comfortable position so that way I can see or attempt to get this in one go if I think it's possible. For here, I'm going to do the best that I can to apply these strands of hair. I'm going to start with the ones that are most apparent. And this one right here. I'm going to proceed with that same sort of application right here. One thing with hair for me that I think about is if I'm going to do strand and strand like this, for this specific design, having strands like this makes more sense. If we're going to approach it like this and make it strandy, then we're going to want to make these as clean as we can make them. So pay attention to the directions that you're going. Try to make them as clean as you can possibly get them. I'm essentially going to repeat this process until it's all completed here. Then I'm going to bring these around right here. And I'm just trying to do the ones that I see that are obviously apparent here. Connecting it this way. And then right here, I kind of want this to make a little bit of sense, so I'm going to intertwine them with this little area right here. And then from here, I'm going to add the strands in between. We're going to repeat that with this area right here. I am deviating a little bit from the original design. I'm using my artistic input here. Forgive me. I am deviating a little bit from the design. I'm using my artistic input. I feel if this were a design on human skin, that going the route with the strands and lines would look more ideal for this specific style of design. That's going to be fully subjective to each their own. But for me, I do like the way that this is reading. I do like the way that this looks a lot. I like it better with these strands. I'll show you another angle right now so we can kind of compare. But I'm going to add some more right along the lines in here. And again, you'll notice that mine deviates a little bit from the original design. However, that right there is just a simple artistic input. To each their own. So we're going to go from here to here. And then another one right here. Two right here. Like so. Here's a quick little view at the strands that are done versus the ones that are incomplete. Me personally, this reads a whole lot better than this does right here. So I'm going to go ahead and repeat this process on this side. Now, let's not get overwhelmed. Whenever stencils get really busy, start with where we know, so that way the neighboring lines and the neighboring design becomes a bit more easier to read. I'm going to start right here in this area, and I'm just going to work my way all the way around. So I'm going to plant myself, make sure that I'm comfortable, and then repeat what we did over there, over here. And then I'm going to add this one next over here. Now over here there is a line right here, so I can kind of mimic that as best I can. If things are a little bit different on either end, I wouldn't really get fixated and focused on that. The idea is to apply the tattoo as technically correct as we can while still getting a good read. So I'm going to start from here to here, and we're probably making our way to the halfway mark pretty soon. It's going to be a very long video just for lining. Again, a different video is going to be for shading and dot work. And then I'm going to do that line right there. And you can see with every little line that we add, it starts getting a bit more full, and I really like the way that looks. I love the way that reads. And then we're going to do this strand up here. From right here over here. Right here in between here, there is another little line on the other side. So I'm just going to try to pay as close attention to detail as I can. I'm going to begin filling in this area right here now. So here I'm just going to start with the ones that are obvious and apparent. A to B. With these strands, again, I want to try to be as consistent and as steady as I possibly can be, especially with this small of a needle configuration, so that way I get a nice read on the final look of the tattoo. And then I'm going to repeat that with this right here. And over here, I'm going to do the ones that are most apparent, because the neighboring lines will come out a lot more easier, be easier to work with. Like so. And this one. So we can really see this design start to completely change with these details. And I do think that the fact that we're paying attention to detail and really caring about the lines that we're applying really makes for a better read on the tattoos. I'm going to do one more right here in the middle. I want to fill that gap. And again, if it varies from this one, that is okay. However, I can go, and there is some room to add a few more in here. So for example, if I want to kind of line it up a little bit more, I can go right here. You get the idea behind that. And then we're going to add some more in between these areas as we did on the other side. So I'm going to start with the ones that are apparent. Just trying to repeat the exact same thing that we did over here on this side. Now on these we can, as you see, there is some curve over here. We can choose to follow that as well. Let me get this line corrected. You can go like this and then start bringing it around this way if you'd like. Now there is certain level of distortion with this area of the stencil, so you kind of want to use your artistic insight when necessary, when we deem it appropriate, as opposed to just kind of making things up all over the place. I feel in little instances like this, it's a lot better to kind of approach it with our artistic abilities, as opposed to try to create from scratch, if that makes sense. So the goal here is just to get these lined up and have them with a strand feel to them, and as you can see that the design is really starting to pop right there. I'm just going to put a little bit more here. I think a couple to a few more of these strands would have it just right, and I'm going to put 2 right here. I'm going to do one right here. Same thing with the other side. I feel that this tattoo is looking fantastic right now. You can see that we're getting a full look here now to this hair. I'm going to kind of continue working my way up, and we're going to get into all of this detailed area. Right now we're going to get into the face next, and then we'll get into this over here. We'll kind of just make our way up the stencil as we are. I'm going to start working on this area right here for now. And I went back to the bug pen, the 0803 round liner from Inkclaw. I'm going to begin by finding a position that's comfortable for me, and then kind of just working the tattoo up. I am running this one at 5 volts even. I'm going to line this as best I can. If you have a 3 round liner standard, that's perfectly fine. Again, I encourage you to use what you have on your end. And attention to detail I feel is important. We'll have a little, if we don't pay attention to detail, then we won't get this little open gap that's right here on the lip right here. And we can, because our configuration is tight enough. So getting all the little details is everything. And then the lips have little details right here that you can implement should you choose to do so. They didn't really pick up too well when I placed the stencil down, but we can kind of just add them in there free-handed. That would be to each their own. And then I'll have two more right here. And again, we're going to do shading and everything in a completely different video. Then we're going to move on to the nose right here. So what I'm doing is I'm putting in the darkest areas first, and then I can go and start lining around as well right here. Basically I'm just starting to build up the nose right here. So I'm just doing my absolute best to stay as true to the stencil that I possibly can here. Still keeping that same level of judgment towards myself. I don't want to be crucial, because if I am critical in every single mistake I make along the way, then discouragement will definitely set in. Keep in mind I'm tattooing on fake skin, so this is a place to make mistakes. This is a place to learn and figure out different, better ways to do things. So I've done the nose right there, and then I'm going to repeat that process with the eyes here and then the eyebrows as well. So what I'm doing now is I'm building up these eyebrows, and I'm adding my own little flair on them. I encourage you to do so should you feel that you can execute that. By all means, add your own little spin to it. I encourage you to do so. This warrior kind of reminds me of Rita from the Power Rangers. So I'm just shaping up the eye right there, as you see. And then from here I also want to add some eyelashes down here for the stencil, like so. And then right here there's little ornamental designs on her face, so I'm going to add those as well. And right here working on this side, so I might as well do that. Now here we have a couple of options. You can do them in, you can do like one open, one dark, and one not. You can do that. You can do them all dark, to each their own. I encourage you to have fun with it. Really explore there. For me personally, I think that consistency is key, so I'm going to darken them all just to keep that consistent look there. Then I'm going to do the eyebrows real quick as well. So for the eyebrows, I'm going to try to keep them, I want them to have like a haired strand look like the other ones. So I'm going to approach it as if this was eyebrows. then I'm just going to build them up. And when I said approach them as I would if they were eyebrows, I meant in terms of not outlining everything and then just filling it in black. I wanted to have a textured look to it, so that's what I'm going for there. To each their own. If you didn't want a textured look to the eyebrows, that's perfectly fine. I completely understand. I get that. So that's one of the eyebrows. I'm going to repeat that exact same process over here. So that's how I'm going to approach the eyebrows. Two different ways. So you'll notice I'm actually experimenting with these eyebrows and seeing what type of results I get with them. They don't look different in terms of texture and size, so that's good. So that readability is still going to be even across both, even though they are both differently applied. And then for this one, it's going to want to darken it up a little bit more as the other one is darkened as well. And then I'm going to go for the eye now. Do this part of the eye right here, and then I'm going to go back and add the eyelashes. When I'm done, I'm going to do the eye like so. Then the same thing with this top part right here. From here, I'm going to want to build these up right here. And the same thing over here. This one needs some eyelashes all the way through down here. So the more that we add, the more it starts coming to life. Just trying to be as consistent as I possibly can right here. Now I have my foundation for the eyes here. I'm just going to go in and solidify these areas right here, kind of just sculpt the eyes and fill them in a little bit more. And do the same thing with the other side. I want to add those little details right here. Going in there. And this one too. Like so. Make sure that they are visible. And then the same thing over here on this side of the face. We're going to try to stay true to the area where these circles are at. They are a bit distorted and almost non-existent, so we're going to apply them as best as we can here. Remember, I'm not going for perfection. What I am doing is I'm just trying to apply the tattoo, then later on I can go and see what I did wrong and kind of take what I want, leave what I don't from there. So this is where we're at with the face. We will do shading more on the shading video. So I want to get into these little ornaments right here, and this can be whatever we want. We don't have to do this exact design. If you have a better design that you want to put in here, by all means do so. I'm just going to follow it as true as I can here. Same thing all the way around, like so. And I'm going to do my best to get this side as close as possible to the other side. Like so, and then there appears to be another dot in the middle. I like the way that looks, so I'm also going to add it to the other side as well. Right here. Feel free to make these sort of judgment calls on your end should you choose to do so. If I wanted to make these more, I guess, strandy, so to speak, I can get this needle size right here and go in and add them in between. I can do so if I want. For now, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and kind of continue the design up here. So now what we're going to get into is we're going to get into this part of the design right here. So I'm going to start with these areas right here. So I'm using my stencil reference so that way I know that I'm applying these lines correctly. And I'm still using the bug pin 3-round liner from Inkclaw. I'm going to start off right here. Bring the line this way. Same thing on the other side. Like so. And then I'm going to do from here to here. Like so. And then I want to repeat that over here on this side. From here I can begin building on what I know is there. So this part right here, I'm going to bring it down. And down here. And I'm going to follow through with those lines right there. And then these right here, we can repeat that process. If you feel comfortable with this small of a needle, by all means. The idea is to do what feels comfortable to you. Do what you know is within the confines of your capabilities on your end. Same thing with down here. Same thing for this side. And then from here you want to try to follow these down as best as you can, lining them up as best as possible. And then I'm going to apply these as best as we can now. And then from here, just want to try to read the stencil as best I can. I do see this area right here, so we're going to come right here and do that line. Come back this way. Do that line. And then do here. Like so. And then we can repeat that with this out here. I'm going to bring it around. And then around this way. And then over here. That one connects right there. So the next line is going to be right here, neighbored up to that line. And then we're going to come around right here, bring it this way, and then this way, just like that. And then in here you can fill these in with little details like that. And then from here we're just going to go around, line that up, but we're going to continue with this side right now. So again, we're going to repeat that on this side, and you can see this one's tremendous. This one's significantly more blurred than the other side. There's just like no stencil here to work from. So I'm going to do what I know is actually there. I'm going to start from right here. Come around. Like so. And then once you get over here, Bring it around this way as well. Want to keep them consistent, this line consistent to this line, so that way we get that nice read there. And then what else is there is going to be over here, around. So you'll see, even though this design right here, or this part of the design wasn't there to see, I started with what I knew was there, and I was able to build from there. And then here I can see that this is this part of the design where we have this thing right here, this detail, just like on the other side. And then we just have these other little details in here. So basically, how this is gonna work is, I start from right here, bring it around, like so. And then from here, and then we can add the little details in here. Just like that, and then we would continue to add this area right here. So I'm switching back to the Inkclaw standard 7-round liner for these areas up top right here, and the little horns and all the details right here. And then we're just gonna begin approaching it the same way that we have done. So I'm gonna start with this area right here. I'm running at 7 volts for those who are wondering. Locking in this area right here. I'm going to do that up here as well. And right here, there's actually a little horn right here, so we're gonna get that going as well here. So I'm gonna want to start from this side. I'll make sure that I can see for this specific tighter area. And then I'm going to go from right here to right here. So have adequate ink flow. Make sure that I have enough though to make it through here. I'm going to go from here to here. Same thing with this area over here. Now I'm going to move on to this section right here and then come over here as well. So I'm just going to try to make my way consistently in a direction as opposed to hopping around. So for this side, I'm going to come in this way. Like that. And then I'm still going to bring this around here. Come right here. If you felt that you can do it all the way around, you don't have to follow step by step like I'm doing. You can if you choose to do so. However, you can also add your own artistic insight. Here's a horn. And then I can make my way to this area right here. And then I'm going to reposition and do this area down here. And I'm just going to curve this around that way. Got to reposition to get more comfortable. If you found this video helpful, send me over a super thanks. I would truly appreciate your support. So we have that set up like that, and this is what we have right there. Now, me personally, I think that the 7-round liner will be good for these little bands right here. So I'm going to do these parts, and I think that the 11-round liner will be good for this outside area. So we're going to try that. Make sure I'm positioned comfortable. I'm not going to go around there because that's what I'm going to run through the 11-round liner with. And when I do, it'll all connect in. I can do these smaller details in there with a 3-round liner, so you can see how I'm utilizing my line weights to create quality and interest. Let's go ahead and And then I'm going to move on over to the other side. Same thing over here. I know it comes off a little bit incomplete when we're doing it by, line breaking down like this. However, when we add that 11 round liner, this will look a lot more cleaner and complete. And then when we add all the other details with the smaller configuration, everything will start coming to life just like the hair did. So you gotta trust the process, trust that we're applying this tattoo correctly to the best of our abilities. And then the next part is gonna be over here. Right here, just like the other side. And then this last one right here. Just like that. I personally feel that all of this right here will be good with the standard 7 round liner from Inkclaw. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do that, and we're also going to do these larger horns right here with the 11 round liner. Now I'm switching to the CNC 11 round liner. This is the standard 11 round liner. I'm running at 7 volts. And I'm going to do this outer area of the horn. I'm going to start right here and then work my way this way. So here's where we start connecting and everything starts tying in together. I don't want that pulling there. There we go. I want to pay attention to where the little humps happen and all of that, so that way you can create those as you're going. And then I'm just going to move this so that way I stay on angle and I position it to a tattooable position. Put a little bit of Vaseline in the area that I'm about to tattoo. For this sort of line length, I don't mind a little bit of pulling. That lets me know that I have enough ink flow. When it does pull like that, I just try to feel it out as best I can there. I need to reposition here. Like so. Position for this line right here. Make sure that I have enough ink. Make sure that my surface is moisturized. Continue. Like so. And then we're going to do the other side. Make sure that I'm comfortable. That's my A to B right there, and I'm going to repeat that with this side. I like to think to myself when I'm tattooing, slow is fast and fast is slow. Allow me to explain that a little bit. So as I'm tattooing, if I rush the line at any point, I'm going to have to go back and double up on a line, which costs me more time. If I take my time from the jump and keep at a slow, steady, consistent pace, I will be able to avoid having to go back and double up on lines and or fix lines if I just commit to the line from the jump and tattoo it correctly. So allow me to readjust in position. So therefore, if I take my time and I put in the patience the first time on the line, I save time in the long run by not having to double up is the idea behind that. All the way through. I was able to make it there. And then we're gonna come to this side. This little area right here that's sticking out is actually just the tattoo stencil. It's not the line itself. I'm not sure if you can see that, but that over there on the other side is purple. It's not the line itself. It's just a really, really dark purple. Last line right here is going to go from A to B. Had a little flap there, but didn't really impact the last part of the line. So this is what we are working with right now. This is how that came out right there. And then from here, we're just going to continue to pick out the appropriate needle sizes for all the details that we need to do. We already know more or less up here. For here, I think I'll stick to a smaller needle size that we've been using and kind of stick with that there. The same size that we use over here, which is the Bug Pin 3-round liner. And then for these right here, I may stick to a 3-round liner as well. So let's get into that right now. And maybe for all of these smaller lines out here, these thin straight lines, we can do those with a standard 3-round liner. I'm running the CNC Police 3-round liner. I'm running it at 5 volts even, and I'm going to start with these details right here. So the same rule of thumb is going to apply. Make sure I'm comfortable. Make sure that I see the line through and I do what's apparently there. There's also a detail right here that we can include. Since I'm buying on this end, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't add it. Like so. And same thing over here. Now, if you're just starting out, like within your first year of tattooing, I would recommend definitely don't be hard on yourself. And if you're doing this on a flat surface, that's great. I think that if you've been tattooing for a couple of years, you're going on to like 2 years plus, definitely try to challenge yourself and tattoo off of a flat surface. So these are just being applied as meticulously as I possibly can. I'm actually going to reference the design for that specific area right there to see what's kind of going on here. So it does look as though there's some crossing here. So there's a line that's going to go right here. And then we have two more lines that go right here. And then one more right here. So that's pretty good right there. I'm going to continue over here. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to bring these lines in right here. I waited on these details specific to do it with a smaller configuration to achieve that sort of look right there. I figured if I wait as opposed to do it with the 7 or 11 round liner, I would get a better read and more interest on the design, and I was right with that theory there. And then I feel that these lines right here can also go with the 3 round liner. So while we're down here, we might as well get to them and knock those out. So I'm in a position to where I'm on camera. And I'm going to keep going with it. Now, if you need a break, by all means, go ahead and take a break as needed. I encourage you to do so. Now, if you're not liking the way that your design is coming out right now, I would recommend to try this one, complete the entire tattoo design. Even if you're feeling discouraged, complete the entire thing, practice for a week or a month, and then come back and do it again. And then you'll see how much improvement you're going to make, especially if you're consistently practicing. And then it's going to be this area right here. I'm going to repeat that process with all of the other lines here. Same thing with this right here. And I'm going to do it with this one over here. I had to adjust because I wasn't fully comfortable. These are very difficult lines for me, so if you're having trouble, please don't be discouraged. The idea of this is to not get discouraged. The idea is to challenge ourselves, so please, I encourage you to not get discouraged. We can do this as many times as we need to until we do get better. So if improvement is what we're looking for, be patient and be consistent. Same thing with this area, A to B. A to B right here. Like so. So then next part is going to be the other side with the 3-round liner right here. Just going to make sure that I'm positioned correctly, and we're just going to continue. And then one more this way. So as we are approaching the finish, if we wanted to, we can tattoo the top part of this design and then go back with the 45 and then continue with all the details. That can be done. So I'm going to go ahead and approach it like that. Make sure that I have enough ink. And then from here, stop right there. I got really uncomfortable. I'm just going to continue this way here as best as I can. Like so. And then we can repeat that with this side over here, going this way. We're also going to complete this side over here. I think some of the hardest parts of the tattoos have been done. We have still these two long, bold lines to get through. But overall, we're reaching the finish line. I hope that you all are still with me. I hope that you're feeling good about your work. If you're not, please, I encourage you to be patient. Keep learning. I have tons of follow-alongs on my channel. I am bringing more. I'm also going to be bringing an in-depth rose series on how to do different roses. So be sure to stick around for that. Hit that subscribe button for me and ring that bell. I encourage you to stay away from being discouraged. Stay away from being a perfectionist. Try to apply the tattoo as technically correct as you can right now for this moment in time, and then kind of go from there. And then we have these little details over here to add. So I'm going to continue with the bug pin 3-round liner from Inkclaw, and then we're going to keep working our way up. I'm going to start in this area. I'm going to come back to the center and just keep going on up, so that way we don't get too carried away going place to place. I'm going to start off with this horn area right here. I am running at 5 volts as well. Anytime I run this small of a configuration, I'm going to be running a very low voltage. And then from here, I'm going to start doing all of this right here. So from what I am looking at, I'm going to start with what is apparent to me, and it's going to be this right here. So I started with that dot, and then I'm going to continue working around everything. So we have an area that's right here, starts against this horn, comes around, and then we're just going to follow this all the way around to up there. And then we're going to repeat that all the way around over here to the top. Make sure that we are on camera. Like so. And this one's going to come all the way over here to the wall of this area. So from here, to right there. And then we continue right here. That right there. So I'm basically filling in these smaller details that I'm looking at in the reference. So that's what I'm doing. It requires a bit more concentration, so therefore my attention goes to trying to get the best quality work here that I can provide. So forgive me for going silent here in certain moments. And the design also has another dot right here. And do this one. I'm gonna get this one to this level right here, and we could even still actually outline all of this and then do the dot work. So I think we should try to outline it. So if we can squeeze in here, keep in mind this is completely optional. This is not something that you have to do, especially if you don't want to risk blurring all of this. Like if your needles aren't tight enough, or if you just don't feel comfortable doing this, by all means wait for the dot work. But I figured that I attempt to line it. Now the design is a little bit different. The design actually has a line inside, but I guess since it's a more compact design, not all of the details actually transferred over, so I'm just gonna have to kind of adjust and use my artistic input there. I think that it'd be more appropriate though for the follow along to finish this, so that way we don't have an incomplete tattoo when we're done. So this right here is fairly straightforward. All I'm doing is I'm lining all of these shapes. The idea is if this was on human skin and we wipe away, we're going to lose all of that. It'd be very difficult to go back and place a stencil in this area. And we can just kind of line it right now. So that's basically what we're doing here. And then we're going to line these. Now, this looks like it actually came out different. So in the reference, these are actually two areas. I'm just going to include them as one larger area on both sides. And again, this is artistic choice. I think that it'll look better. So we have that side. Before we move on over here to this side of the other details, what I want to do is I want to start lining all of this right here. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to start lining the teeth right here. I figured that I'd go with a sharper, tighter configuration right here, so that way it can be real precise with the details, and I want to go for that real sharp look here, clean look. Then we also have that right there. Now I'm going to repeat this for all of these right here. Like so. Over here, around, so you kind of get the idea. So what I'm doing, my logic is basically laying down these teeth essentially. That's what I'm doing, filling in the little details that are next to everything, as you see me doing here. And then I'm going to I'm going to continue this until this area is complete, and you can kind of see that I'm just gradually taking my time on every single area of this tattoo. I'm genuinely putting my all into every single line, and you can kind of notice a sense of my energy drop throughout the video, and that is because the art of tattooing, the craft of tattooing is very exhausting. Applying that sort of technical expertise for hours on end can be daunting and very, very stressful. So I'm just adding some more details here in. Forgive me for shaking the camera so much here. And then I'm going to continue working this way. Like so. So feel free to follow along here. And again, forgive me for my concentration shift when it comes to these tighter areas. I want to be as precise and as accurate as I possibly can be. And right here, going this way. Right here, we're going this way. Like so. And then we're going to repeat that on this side. And we're going to come over here. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this area right here. And then I'm going to continue building this skull up right here. Now, this sort of organic structure from a skull is a little bit more forgiving to wobbles and shakes. In fact, I'm trying to actually implement a more organic feel to this area. So I'm not going for perfection. I want that organicness from it. So I kind of want some shakes and trembles there, as you see the stencil is demonstrating. Like so. Allow me to readjust, and then I'm going to continue inputting all of the details and everything here. Now you don't want to be too crazy with it. You want to kind of try to have a natural feel. Over time you'll develop a good sense of what's too much, what's too little, and that again goes back to the artistic input, artistic insight. So I'm just looking at the reference here so that way I can place down some meticulous details that will really pop and stand out. And then I'm going to continue with this eye section right here. And I feel that all of this can be done with a standard 3-round liner. This could probably even be done with a 005 round liner. It is going to be a bit bolder, obviously, because the diameters and line weights vary there. However, I do feel like those would be good for this area right here. Now, I am doing it the exact same size as you all are, so nothing really changes. If you didn't resize it when you downloaded this stencil on your end, then this should be the exact same size. We are tattooing the exact same size tattoo. And I'm going to come over here again and finish this eye up here. Now, this right here could probably be interpreted as a design flaw. And, I mean, obviously, if this was on human skin, we would want to enlarge it to avoid design flaws and this blurring together. But since we are practicing on fake skin, we're not really going to go that deep into it, as we're trying to establish and develop rapport with more complex designs. For this specific design, I'm just going to connect the entire eyes right here, so that way all of this looks whole and complete. I don't want anything looking too incomplete and or out of place, so therefore I'm going to go with that there. And then I'm going to add some final details that I see that are obvious on the reference here. I'm going to implement them here, and then I do see some over here. So that's looking great. And then from here, I have a choice. I can continue to go up here and start working this area right here, should I choose to do so. I am probably going to keep it cohesive, kind of like a book, and I'm going to go this way and work on this area, and then I'm going to go off into these areas over here. So right here, we're going to begin, and we're going to do the exact same thing as we did on the other one. Come over here and start tattooing what is most apparent. So for me, I think it's really easy to start identifying what's most apparent and then start tackling that, start tattooing that, knocking that out, and then all of the neighboring lines next to everything start becoming more apparent and easier to work with. And then same thing over here. And then I'm going to continue until I finish it, just like we did the other one. I'm going to do the dot right here because I spotted it. And then over here, we're going to continue lining this out here. And then what I can do is begin outlining all of these here as we did on the other one. And then over here. Then the same thing with this one. And then we're going to continue with these shapes over here. And keep in mind, you could even outline this with dots if you wanted a dot look, to each their own. Just wanted to confirm that I'm going to be making a shading and dot work video on this one. This one's going to be specifically for lining. I think it would run on way too long if we did the dot work and shading and the lining all in one video. And then over here, there we go, like so. So I'm going to start from here and do the lines that are the most apparent. So that is what's apparent to me. The ones over here are going to be like this. And I'm going to continue that until these are done right here. Now that area is going to be a little bit tricky, so if you need to improvise right here, by all means go ahead and do so. So the way that I'm seeing it is very much like this. And again, if you need to, you can improvise as best you can. I'm going to try to stay true to the core design that's here. I think that that's great right there. And again, if you have any open lines that you don't like right here, feel free to close them off if you don't want to give off the impression of design flaws. Feel free to go back in there and do that, as opposed to explain that they were intentional. To each their own. You can do that. I like the way that that looks. It looks great to me. And considering how densely tied it is with detail, so to get lines in that small of an area, I think that it's a win-win. So there's one, and these are like little 3D blocks, sort of. Like so. And then this one is going to be this way. And then I'm going to continue to build from here. Then according to the design, this is connected, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my artistic insight. I'm going to change just a few little areas along the way. If you like the way a certain detail looks over what's already existing, that's absolutely fine. I completely understand. I encourage you to look differently and change what you want, leave what you don't. Have a little detail there. And then right here, and then here, we have that. Now for me, again, I don't want that design flaw sort of feel, so I am actually going to connect them all the way through like that. And then we are going to repeat the exact same process just on the other side. And then I'm going to repeat that with over here. And then these squares. And I'm going to pay attention to detail, as I want this to read as best as I can get it to read when people look at this tattoo. So I need to pay attention to these little details here on these blocks. And this one over here. And then over here comes out this way. Like so. And then we're going to do this little C area right here. And do this right here. And that detail on the other side. And again, attention to detail. Whatever you did on the other side, you want to try to bring it on over to this side as best as you can possibly get it. And then over here, if I remember correctly, connected all of these lines. I'll just put some in between here. And we can kind of improvise with this area over here as well. I understand that this first one's going to be like this. So is this one. And then I'm just going to improvise here as best as I possibly can. So I'll bring this one this way. And keep in mind, I don't ever really encourage improvising along the way in your tattoos. However, when it's this small of details and it's this tight of an area, It's like a little small area of the entire tattoo. We still want to have some sort of meticulous approach. We still want to approach it with a level of professionalism where we're actually trying to make this make sense here. So right here I'm going to keep going like this. Although it may not be exactly like the other side, I'm very happy with those results. So now I'm going to go for all of these small details right here. So and then right here, is a very tight area, so I'm just really gonna take my time through this all, making sure that I apply every single detail here to the best of my ability. So this next part right here, it's gonna come up like this. And if you look at the reference, you'll see exactly what I'm doing here. I'm basically following along with the reference and implementing these details right here. Keep in mind, yours doesn't have to be exactly like this. You don't have to be using the exact same needles, meaning just because we don't have the same needles doesn't mean that you wouldn't be able to get the full experience and practice this on your end. There we go. And then we're going to do the same thing with the other side over here. There we go. From here, I'm going to move on to this top area right here. And I'm going to try to line this all as best as I can. I think that it's important to know where the stencil is and where we're tattooing and what we're actually tattooing, so that way we avoid any like wonky feels to our tattoos. So I'm going to approach that like that. You can just do this all in one line should you choose to do so. Like if you have like a 5-round liner or a 3-round liner standard, you can just do it all in one go. You don't have to double lap because this is a smaller, tighter needle. So I can get into tighter areas, but if you're not able to do that, just doing a one pass line over it is sufficient enough, I feel. Then I'm going to do the same thing on this side. And then from here, in between these little areas, are some tighter mandala area, or some tighter little points is what I would call them. And I'm gonna start right here and just bring it out like so. So we gotta really put our all into our tattoos if we want to get a good read on them, especially if we're wanting to provide good quality tattoos for our people. We have to really put our all into it, and then I'm going to repeat that over here on this side. Try to kind of mimic that on both ends. Didn't really work out to my benefit. Just gonna leave it there though. It is a tighter area. I feel like since I have this needle, I should go into these little areas in here and do these lines. So I'm going to do that. And then right here, I also forgot these. I am also going to need to change this battery here soon. I was using it before this. When I started this tattoo, it wasn't fully charged. I think I was like at 60%. So all the way through, I'm going to implement those lines, and I'm going to do that to the other side. when we add the lines around this, it'll all start tying in together. So I'm going to be using the standard 7 round liner for all of this line work here. I'm running at 7 volts right now. I'm going to repeat that with the other side over here. Like so. So this little hook or this little arch right here, I'm going to do in 2 different parts. I'm going to start in the middle right here, and I'm going to just taper in, and then complete half of the arch, and then do that to the other half. There we go. That's how I went about doing this arch right here. Now the next part of this tattoo that I'm going to be tattooing is this area. I'm going to be using the Inkclaw 7 round liner bold. I'm just going to try and get as comfortable as I possibly can get. And then I'm going to continue and do that on this side right here. Just going to position myself in a better position. And then from here we can start filling out these areas right here. So I do feel like there is a method to this, and there's also a line right here that we're going to want to tattoo in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start right here. And I'm going to repeat that all the way through. You get the idea. And we can even use this 7 round liner bold for this right here. So this line, tattoo that in there as well. Go ahead and do that other side right now. This is actually super exhausting, continuously talking and trying to tattoo correctly at the same time. I hope that I'm doing a good job for you all. If you find this video helpful, please consider sending over a super thanks, as I would truly appreciate your support. That looks awesome right there. And then I'm going to continue building all of these up. I encourage you to not be discouraged about your mistakes, because when you come back and try this again, if you ever decide to do that, you're going to notice that there's going to be a far different way that you approach it and do everything. When you take about a month, do some more of my follow alongs, and then do your best to try to learn some more technical application, then you'll notice a tremendous difference in your performance. So I recommend that you stick with it and be patient with your progress. And again, I'm just doing the best that I absolutely can here. And you always want to keep that attitude throughout your entire tattoo, because we can drop the ball anywhere throughout the tattoo. At any point, the ball can be dropped, and we want to avoid dropping that ball. We want everything to be as clean as we can possibly get it. Same thing over here. So this side we could approach it like this, where we do these lines first, then we go back and connect them to each their own. What you want to do is develop a comfortable method that you feel comfortable with to apply certain elements when tattooing. So I have all of the lines there, and then I can go back and start adding the little humps up top as best as I can. So you can see that this way that I did it is different from the other way. Great. Like so. So, if you're still with me, I genuinely appreciate you. As you can see, we're almost done here. I hope that you've enjoyed this follow along here. This is probably the most extensive one that I've ever done. I'm genuinely exhausted by now, or right now rather. But we can push through, we can finish this. So right now I'm working with the CNC 12 standard 3-round liner, and I'm running at 5 volts even. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to position myself all the way through. Again, as I stated, we can drop the ball at any point throughout the tattoo, so it's important and fundamental that we stay with it, we stay aware, we don't cut any corners, and we simply just take our time. And the remaining lines here are going to be a bit more advanced and complicated. We have this arch right here, and then we have these 45 round shader lines. If I'm correct, those are the last of the lines that we are needing for this tattoo here. So I'm going to approach the arch right now. I'm going to find a comfortable position. Make sure that I'm on camera for you all. So I'm going to break this down like we did that top part into 2 different sections. All the way through, and then bring it to the right. like so. From here, I'm going to reposition and then repeat that process going this way on this side of the arch. So I'm going to get comfortable, taper in from over here. Not bad, not bad at all. It's looking nice. So from here, what I'm going to want to do is switch over to the Inkclaw 45 round shader and then finish this up right here. So for the 45 round shader, I'm going to be running that at 7 volts even right now. That's where I'm at. And then I'm just going to do as best I can to apply this. So when we're applying lines of this line weight, you want to make sure that you have adequate ink flow all the way through, so that way when we're going into the skin, we don't overwork the skin by having to go back and triple up on the line, or even more than that. So as you see, when I feel uncomfortable, simply taper out, and we can still get one long cohesive line look if we taper in and out correctly. And the same thing over here. All the way through. We're going to do the same thing over here on this side, and this is going to be the last line if I'm looking at this correctly. And then one more, I feel, right here, and we can complete this line. And there we have it. So here is the final tattoo. This is the final product. This is what the client would be walking away with. Me personally, all of the choices and hard work that we put in definitely does show here in the tattoo. You can see that everything is nice, neat, clean, consistent throughout the entire tattoo from the start to the finish. So we worked our way from right here all the way to this area, and we made choices every step of the way to achieve these results right here. I am very interested to see what yours came out like on your end. Feel free to go ahead and send them to me over at this email. I will leave emails for you in the description below. And again, I will leave links for you in the description below to all the gear that I used in this video. I really do hope that you can take something from this video right here and implement on your end. If you have any questions at all, please, I encourage you, drop a comment down below, and I'm going to do my absolute best to assist you in the best possible direction. I will be making a shading video and dot work video on this exact same tattoo, so this video is going to be broken down into 2 different parts. Be sure to hit that subscribe button for me and ring that bell and stay tuned for that video. If you found this video helpful and enjoy my content, consider becoming a Patreon or sending over a super thanks, as I would truly appreciate your support. Don't forget to follow me on social medias, as I do have social medias under the same name as this YouTube channel. With that being said, thank you for tuning in. Have a great day.